Delegates of our member associations, may we remind you to register your attendance of the Congress by signing on the registration form placed on your table. Thank you. Member Association delegates, distinguished guests, members of the media, welcome to the 26th AFC Congress 2015. May we invite you to take your seats and set your mobile phones on silent mode. The 26th AFC Congress will commence shortly. Thank you. Member Association delegates, distinguished guests, members of the media, welcome to the 26th AFC Congress 2015. May we invite you to take your seats and set your mobile phones on silent mode. The 26th AFC Congress will commence shortly. Thank you. Member Association delegates, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 26th AFC Congress 2015 here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The Congress shall commence. Diverse, vibrant, and uniquely Asia. Vastly becoming a football hub in its own rights. Contending against top continents in the world. Polishing diamonds in the rough to produce the best of Asia and the world. Against all odds. Where passion reigns. As we realize the Asian glory dream. – 2014 marked a milestone as the Asian Football Confederation celebrated 60 years of excellence in the city where it all began, Manila, the Philippines. The glitz and glory of the night recalled AFC's growth and success, at the same time acknowledging the continent's best of the best. AFC's oldest tournament, the AFC Asian Cup, continues to grow bigger and better with a 2015 edition in Australia. With a record-breaking 650,000 spectators throughout the tournament and TV audiences in excess of 1 billion worldwide. With the 2015 AFC Asian Cup deemed a success, hosts Australia passes the baton to United Arab Emirates for the 2019 installment with an increased 2014 format. Following two extraordinary congresses, the 2014 Brazil and 2015 Australia, Asian football is strengthened with the addition of a fifth zone, as well as important amendments made to the AFC statutes. Achieving unity was a key feature of the AFC President's pledge in 2013, and the AFC member associations are now more united than at any point in history. AFC have made it a priority to fight corruption by prevention, detection and response through effective mechanisms with the establishment of the Integrity Action Plan, AFC Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct to safeguard the beautiful game. The AFC Governance Reform Task Force, too, was set up to modernize governance structure and analyze new concepts.
Well, reform are the changes that will reflect the success of all MAs, and I'm sure that in this short term that we've seen a lot of progress. I think the main objective is how we can develop the game around Asia, and I'm sure that those programs are mainly tailor-made for each national associations.
On top of mini pitches, the competition fund and the AFC expert pool, AFC have established the AFC kickoff program for clubs and leagues in 25 member associations.
My vision is to close the gap between the teams in Asia and the rest of the world. I think that through the development, through coaching, through refereeing, through bringing football in every country to be played in every level, I think it's important that we try to narrow that gap between us and the other nations and countries.
Great emphasis is put on football education through programs such as the Elite Education Seminar, continuing to be the annual focal point. Not to forget the ongoing efforts through the coaches, referees, medical experts and administrator courses held across the continent. Many challenges await, but AFC's clear mission to continue running top-class Asian and regional football competitions will be strengthened by the collaboration of member associations to fully develop football across Asia. Asian football is going from strength to strength, and the world is watching. It is changing now, and the impact is undeniable. We will do our utmost to fulfill this potential, working together, united. Asia united.
His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, representative of His Majesty the King of Bahrain for Charity Works and Youth Affairs, Honorable AFC President Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, Honorable FIFA President Joseph Sepp Blatter, His Royal Highness Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah, His Highness Sheikh Ahmad Al Fahd Al Sabah, AFC Executive Committee members, Presidents, General Secretaries of the Confederations, FIFA Secretary General Jerome Walk, Presidents, General Secretaries of the AFC Member Associations, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 26th AFC Congress here in the Kingdom of Bahrain, 30th April 2015. Before I start, I would like you to join me in a moment of silence to remember the victims of Saturday's devastating earthquake in the Himalaya region. We take note that all of us have contributed generously and would like to observe a 1-minute silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our thoughts and prayers are all with all those who have lost their lives and their families. Distinguished delegates, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure now that I invite the AFC President, Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, to welcome you officially. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alex. His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, representative of His Majesty the King of Bahrain for Charity Works and Youth Affairs, the Honorable FIFA President, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you all here today in my country. And before the Congress's conveyance, I would like to convey my condolences to Michel Platini, a dear friend who lost his mother just a few days ago. And on behalf of the Asian football family, I wish him and his family strength during this time of grief. I will give back now the floor back to you, Dr. Alex, to do the roll call. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 1 of the agenda, which is a roll call. It is our tradition now to call upon our member associations, and as I call you, kindly put up your yes cards for your attendance. Number 1, Afghanistan. Australia, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Brunei, Cambodia, China, Chinese Taipei, DPR Korea, Guam, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Jordan, Korea Republic, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Lebanon, Macau, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Oman, Pakistan, Palestine, Philippines, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Syria, Tajikistan, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Turkmenistan, United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, Yemen, and the Northern Mariana Islands. Dear delegates and distinguished guests, We have now a total number of 47 members associations. Member associations with the right to vote will be 46. In Article 7 of the AFC Statutes, associate members will not be entitled to vote, and this is referred to the Northern Mariana Islands. Article 11 of the AFC Statutes, it says that the two competitions, each member association has to participate over a period of 2 years, and therefore this is not applicable as most of the member associations here, if not all of them, have participated in 2 and more of the AFC competitions. Mr. Chairman and members, we now have 47 in attendance. Member associations with the right to vote is 46. Quorum is 24. Simple majority is 50% plus 1, which is 24. 3/4 majority, 75%, is 35. Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours for item 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. I declare that the 26th AFC Congress 2015 has been convened and in compliance with the AFC statutes. We move to item 3, and it's the approval of the Congress agenda. Do we have the approval of the Congress? Thank you. I now give the floor to His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the representative of His Majesty the King of Bahrain for Charity Works and Youth Affairs, to take the floor. Your Highness.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, President of the Asian Football Confederation. Distinguished FIFA President Joseph Blatter, Confederation Presidents, AFC Executive Committee members, AFC Member Association delegates, guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As a representative of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa for Charity Works and Youth Affairs, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Let me begin by expressing my sadness for the victims of the earthquake in Nepal, and to the UEFA President Michel Platini on the passing of his mother, bearing him from being with us today. I have the honor and duty of assuming the role of Chairman of the Bahrain Supreme Council for Youth and Sport, a role that His Majesty himself in the past. This will offer you an idea around the importance of sport in our culture. Bahrain means 2 seas in Arabic, and historically the country has been a commercial crossroads and trading center linking east and west. For over 4,000 years, by the mid-19th century, Bahrain, an island, a nation made of 33 islands, became the Gulf's main trading hub. A young country, having only declared independence in 1971, these few facts offer an insight on the development of Bahrain's reputation for tolerance and openness. I hope that you will experience these indigenous characteristics here in my native Bahrain. This nation loves sports. Our families still practice traditional sports as falconry, horse and camel racing. As widely known, Bahrain was the first Middle Eastern country to host the Formula One Grand Prix back in 2004, and recently had its 12th and latest race just 2 weeks ago. At the 2012 London Olympics, Bahrain achieved its first Olympic medal, growing our confidence in our sport policy and the direction in which it is heading. Needless to say, we are proud of what our athletes have achieved, bearing in mind that we are merely over 1 million people. The truth of the matter, however, football is the #1 and the preferred sport in Bahrain. We are proud of what we have achieved in this sport. Twice in the past decade, in 2006 and 2010, respectively, the Bahrain national team reached the Intercontinental Playoff, and each time came within one score point of qualification of the FIFA World Cup finals, you Kiwis. The third time may be our lucky charm if we do not qualify directly to this time. Currently ranked third in the FIFA ranking of the national teams in the region, not only in the Middle East, but also Asia. Our women's national football team has made great progress. Of course, our success in sports administration warrants notable mention. The fact that the AFC President is Bahraini is something of which we are very, very proud. This stands as a testament of the continent's confidence in Bahrain and our professionalism in chairing and steering the likes of the Continental Sports Federation. In return, we wish to announce our advanced support to the regional and continental neighbors who aspire to reach such distinct and executive roles. Our final and important note on sports management and administration, as representative of His Majesty the King for Charity Works and Youth Affairs, and as President of the Bahraini National Olympic Committee, and also as a sportsman, I can share my knowledge on Bahrain's awareness towards the supposed sensitive balance that must be upheld between state and sports entities. Too often in different countries around the world, we notice a marriage between sports and politics, an unethical matter. Yes, government entities are welcome to act on their duty to develop proper national sports, but must also respect the autonomy of sports federations too. Once again, it is an honor and a privilege to receive the Asian football family and all distinguished guests who come from beyond its borders, and thank you for your attention.
Distinguished guests and delegates, it is with great pleasure now I would invite the AFC President, Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, to make his official address in item 4. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, representative of His Majesty the King of Bahrain for Charity, Work and Youth Affairs, the Honorable FIFA President Joseph S. Blatter, distinguished Confederation Presidents, FIFA and AFC Executive Members, AFC Member Association Delegates, guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Manama. Welcome to the Kingdom of Bahrain, my home country. It's an honor for me that you have all been able to attend, and I trust that you will enjoy your time here, and I hope you will notice that Bahrain is also a real football-loving country with a proud tradition. On a purely personal level, I'm humbled and honored to stand before you here today, unopposed for the position of the AFC President and the FIFA Vice President. I take this as a sign of your satisfaction with the work that I've done so far, and I trust and your trust in me to lead this unique confederation. 2 years have passed, and we have achieved a lot in a short space of time. Yet there's much more to do, but more of that later. So please allow me to open this Congress by highlighting four main areas. First, unity. The united Asia that we're trying to build in football. Second, solidarity, one of football key's values and key to our success. Third, looking back, all the achievement of the past 2 years. And fourth, looking forward, all that we want to achieve in the coming 4 years and beyond. Let me begin by taking you back last year in Brazil. We enjoyed one of the finest FIFA World Cups in living memory. On the field, there were goals, attacking play, excitement, high technical levels. Off the field, the tournament was very well organized, and everybody enjoyed the Brazilian hospitality. Yet, if we're honest with ourselves, then we, Asian football, did not succeed. This experience made me think, how can we close the gap with the rest of the world? That is the question that we need to answer. I will return to Brazil and what we can achieve on the pitch later. But let me talk first of what we're achieving off the pitch: unity and solidarity. When elected 2 years ago, I made it my mission to engender the unity amongst member associations and try to bring AFC and its members closer than ever. I believe that 2 years on, we have achieved a unity not seen in Asian football. The AFC and its members are now closer than any point in history. Sao Paulo and Melbourne both showcase this unity. But why? Because together we're stronger in raising standards on and off the field. Together we are stronger in resisting political interference in our member associations. Together we are stronger in raising Asia's place within the global football community, to stand up for our members like Palestine, who need our support in the global arena, to stand up for our members like Qatar and their credentials and legitimacy to stage the FIFA World Cup 2022. This is why unity is so important, and why I have tried so hard to build unity within the Asian football these last 2 years. Unity is closely related to solidarity. Solidarity, a term much used in football, but little understood. So what does it mean for us, the 47 in the AFC? Solidarity means the small have a chance alongside the big, that the poor can compete with the rich. Remember that a league is only as strong as its weakest team. It's true, but we are a confederation. Solidarity in practice means helping each other. It's not easy to run and develop football in Asia. There's no continent like us. Asia comprises almost 2/3 of the world population, nearly 1/3 of the Earth's landmass, 11 different time zones. There are so many challenges. Of course, every confederation faces their own difficulties. Yet sometimes I wonder if people truly understand what it makes for some of our member associations to run football in their countries. In countries where there are serious conflicts that you can see every day on TV, or in countries subjected to sanctions, which makes it life difficult for a football association. Yet somehow, those member associations manage to organize matches, to keep their national league running, to run courses, to make their national team successful, to compete, and even win AFC tournaments. Do people truly understand the difficulties for players and officials to move even within their own country? Never mind play abroad, as this oppressive situation facing our brothers and sisters in the Palestinian football community. or the difficulties in developing football across countries like China or India. These are really continents themselves, where a national league match may require a flight of several hours. Or in Indonesia or Philippines, where literally thousands of islands, not to mention the damage that can be inflicted by Mother Nature. On the logistical difficulties faced by teams in Central Asia to play each other before even thinking of the issues they face when traveling to other parts of Asia. So there are many other examples that I could cite. But it's in principle of solidarity that allows us to assist all our member associations in the face of these daily pressures. I assure you that even if things are difficult, we will be there to support you, not in words, but with deeds. That is solidarity in practice. Which brings me back to my third point. Everything that we have achieved so far. I can tell you now for experience that it's not easy to take an over-confederation in the midst of turbulence and to stabilize it. Yes, I have already mentioned we are proud of what we've achieved in the last 2 years. The last Asian Cup with 16 teams were a fantastic success in Australia. And I would like to congratulate again the FFA and the LOC for working with the FC to deliver a really world-class event. Congratulations also to UAE for winning the rights to host the 2019 edition. But thank you also to all the bidding associations. To complement the AFC kickoff program, we've launched 3 new AFC Presidents initiatives for the Asian football. To build mini pitches, to provide funding for the national youth teams to play in the AFC competitions, and to provide specialists from the AFC expert pool. All of this support is tailor-made for the needs of each association, since each association is unique. And all of this is in addition to the extensive support available to the association from FIFA through the goal and the AFAP and performance and many other FIFA developing programs. In addition to development, AFC identified one key problem area as the match manipulation. AFC now is taking extensive integrity measures to counter much corruption, and we're seeing the concrete results. We've taken many other steps too, many to mention here. One example is that the AFC is the first confederation to launch a unique club licenses online portal for all associations. In the governance area, we have reformed the AFC, creating a new central zone following the wish of the member associations. We now have 5 women out of the 25 executive committee members. We also launched a governance reform task force and approved the AFC Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct. So we are reforming the AFC, but we are doing it our way, the Asian way. Of course, we can learn a lot from FIFA and our sister confederations, which is why we work closely with them, but we will do it our way. I would like to finish by looking to the future, because there is so much more to achieve in the next 4 years and beyond. For the future, I want to come back to the question that I asked in the start. How can we close the gap on the field? Firstly, let us not downplay what we are already achieving in different areas. In women football, in refereeing, increasing futsal, and elsewhere. Japan are the women's world champions. 5 of the top 20 women national teams are Asians. Mr. Rafshan Ermatov from Uzbekistan last year became the first referee to reach 9 World Cup matches as an official. Yet there is so much more to do. In this respect, I'm pleased to present to you and welcome to the AFC the new AFC Technical Director, Andy Roxburgh. Andy's experience is unparalleled and will bring dynamism, immense experience, and a host of new ideas to the AFC football development work. But neither can we expect miracles in a couple of years. The best players and teams in the world took many years to develop. Not the 4 years of electoral cycle, so we need to do much more. We need to ensure that our players can receive a quality football education. To do this, we'll need coach educators of a high standard across the continent, from grassroots up to the elite level. Quality coach educators means quality coaches, and quality coaches means quality players. The next 4 years will need to see a big push for everyone in Asian football to raise the standard on the field. It is the fact of life that to make things happen, you need money. We have made great efforts to rein in cost, while I hope to bring positive news in the income in the near future. Finally, to guide us over the next 4 years and beyond, we also need to redefine what the AFC's vision and missions are. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a simple vision for the AFC Asian football, which is as follows. In Asia, where football is most popular sport, both play and to watch, and a world our top teams, players regularly compete at the top. I hope that we can work together to make this vision a reality. And with this thought, I wish everyone a successful Congress. Thank you for your efforts for the Asian football, and thank you for your support and trust. Thank you so much. Now I give the floor to the President of FIFA, my dear colleague, Joseph S. Blatter.
Salam alaikum. With respect to His Majesty, King Hamad Isa bin Khalifa, I am happy to address the 26th Ordinary Congress of the Asian Football Confederation today here in the capital city of Bahrain in Manama. I would like to express thanks to the two speakers that have just addressed this Congress. The Chairman of the Supreme Council for Youth and Sports of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Royal Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, also the President of the National Olympic Committee. This gives me the opportunity also to welcome all the members of the International Olympic Committees and presidents of NOCs. Thank you to have presented the sporting nation of Bahrain. And as a regular visitor to your kingdom, I can just congratulate you to have won these games, where always have been won by Morocco, and this time Bahrain was the winner. Congratulations to you and to your sports people. My dear colleague, Sheikh Salman, the president of the AFC, you speak about unity and solidarity. This is my message, not only of today, this is my message since years, and it shall be the message of the FIFA also in future. Because it is only in unity and solidarity that we can achieve what we want to achieve. Football is more than a game. Football is a powerhouse. When it comes to the 300 million active participants in the world, and then with a new statistics which have been presented by a German economic newspaper, Deutsches Handelsblatt, they said we have to correct your provision, FIFA. You have said you have 1.2 billion people as followers or fans in the world. It's not true. You have 1,600,000,000 people, 1.6 billion people. It is, when you look at it pragmatically, it's the greatest group organization in our world. So these can only work in unity and solidarity. Because the essence of football is not only organizing competitions. The first objective of football, and it is in our statutes of FIFA, it is said, development of football. You have to develop, and development is education. And the basis of the football is discipline, respect, and fair play. A little bit more, because it's another quality in a combat game, but a combat in the spirit of fair play. So if you bring this together in the development of the game, and you bring it to the field of play, then you give to the world, to our somewhere and somehow perturbed world, and you have mentioned some part of this world, the two president speakers here in Asia. If you bring it to the world, you give to this world, first of all, emotions. Not only divertissement, but emotions. And who needs emotion? Everybody needs emotion. This game gives emotion. And as it is a game where you can lose or win, you learn that, or you have to learn it. It's easy to win, but it's not so easy to lose. And therefore, this game gives you hope, because you lose today, you can lose again and again, but one day you will win, because you have this hope. This game brings you something. And then with that, when you play the game in this spirit, then you do something for a better world. And then we are in the slogans of FIFA that we use over 15 years. Develop the game, touch the world, and make a better world. We cannot change the world, that's not possible, but we can make a better world. And we shall add in this better world a little bit of message of peace. We shall do that. And we have this opportunity, and we did it in the World Cup in Brazil, where your teams did good performances, but I would say not exactly the expected performance of the presidency of the AFC. But in this game we put in handshake for peace. And it's so easy. If all the players in the world, the beginning of the match, at the end of the match, they just come together and make a handshake. And this handshake is more than just to say hello, because you have to look in the face of your partner. This we shall add, but we shall add more also. We shall add in our game, when we have so many people, we shall look on health. Health programs we have started, and here in Asia, there are a lot of national associations. They have already been in benefit of our health programs, which are very easy, 11 for health and 11 plus. That's football. But coming back, and we have a bright future. We have a bright future if we go into unity and solidarity. But coming back to your continent, I would say it's great. It's great to be here because the Asian continent is the biggest continent in the world. You have 2/3 of the world population. I just listened that you have 11 time zones. You have cultures, ancient cultures. You have everything in this continent. But it's not easy, as it has been said, to organize competitions. It is easier to organize courses, programs, because traveling from one country to the other is not always very easy. You have already started in competition this year. The FIFA's World Cup preliminary competition. FIFA's World Cup that will be played in Russia in 2018. With surprising results, you have started, I have to say. Surprising results because finally you have seen that the Kingdom of Bhutan, they qualified for the second round. Can you imagine? That Brunei Darussalam started with a winner. There are no more small teams or small associations. This is the benefit of development all around the world. You have just touched President of the AFC Women's Football. Women's football, you have been in the Asian people in women's football. It's enormous what you have achieved. And now you are preparing the women's football tournament or the competition for the first time, 24 teams in Canada. And you have qualified the powerhouses of women's football in this region: Japan, Australia, China, PR, Korea Republic, and Thailand. I am sure that you will do well. But speaking about women's football, FIFA has taken the decision to organize next year in 2016, in the middle of the Arabic world, we organize an under-17 girls or women world championship in Jordan. I'm very happy that the president of the Jordan Football Association, my colleague in the IOC, Sinus Prince Ali, is here with us today. They will organize this competition, and it will be a big sign from our organization to trust your organization here in the Arabic countries for women's football. I know that you can do the biggest organization in football, because you will have in 22 the World Cup in Qatar. Just in brackets, Qatar, 22 will be played in Qatar, but not in summer. It will be played in winter. But it will finish on the 18th of December. But we don't put into question now the Qatar. First, we have to go to another one. But coming back to your Women's World Cup, I think this is a great thing. This year we will have, and again you can have a look on the extraordinary development programs you are doing here. The Under-20 World Cup in New Zealand that will just kick off the 30th of May. Who are qualified? Bon, Qatar, Korea DPR, Democratic People's Republic, and now listen, Uzbekistan and Myanmar. Myanmar, first time in a FIFA competition. This is quite a realization. And the FIFA Under-17 World Cup, you have the two Koreas, you have Australia and Syria. Syria coming out from a country and a region that is touched by belligerent activities, and football still be played everywhere, and football giving hope and connecting people in this region, and the young people under 17 from Syria going to FIFA's World Cup. Just for your information, also in Beach Soccer World Cup in Portugal, Oman, Japan, and Iraq will represent the Asia group. You have spoken about development of programs, the development of football through different programs. We have applied in FIFA the principle which comes from a humanist from China, and this is Confucius. And Confucius has said, if you want to help your friend or your brother, don't give him a fish, but teach him, tell him how to get fishes. And this is the principle of our development programs. Okay, there is money available. I don't speak of money today. Don't want to speak about money, but I want to speak about the other programs, which are the programs, performance program, where you learn governance. We have programs where you learn to get money, to work with the rights you have in your football, the contact you have with your sponsors, partners, with your authorities, political authorities. We need them, the political authorities. And we have to be absolutely consistent with the laws. But when it comes to the organization of football, we would like that the politicians, they let us do it in autonomy. Not in total independency, but in autonomy. As it is said in FIFA's statutes, in the Olympic Charter, and in a resolution of the United Nations. Let football, in this case, or sport, let it in peace and let it organize through the different statutes, regulations, and commission. A big compliment to you, a big compliment. I have seen that you have established the code of ethics, the code of conduct in your confederation. You are a forerunner with that. And this is great, it's great. Because these have been decisions taken by the Congress of FIFA, and it is absolutely necessary that the implementation goes to the pyramid, FIFA's pyramid, down. let's come to these big items I have just evoked at the beginning, and you were speaking about that. Solidarity and unity. Solidarity is when those they have less share with those they have more. It's easy to say, but it's not so easy to apply. But we have to do so. Otherwise, we will not advance and we will stay where we are. Football more than a game. And in solidarity, you have just mentioned, and this was terrible what has happened in one country, in Nepal. And this hurts us, this hurts everybody. And we have to show the football, but the whole world will show solidarity with Nepal. But here in this region, or in the Middle East, there is also solidarity with these regions where there are belligerent activities. I can mention Afghanistan, I can mention Iraq, I can mention Syria. And everywhere there, they play football. They play organized football. And when coming to solidarity, I ask you also solidarity with one of your members, your member associations. They are playing football. They have even been qualified for the famous Asian Cup in Australia. That was a great, great success. And for this association, we need also solidarity from your side, and this is Palestine. The Football Association for Palestine merits a special mention, and we should be with them. I thank you. I would like to express my thanks. To express my thanks to you, to the national associations of Asia. The great job you are doing in difficult situations, under difficult conditions, you are doing it every day. And most of them in difficult conditions, and with the support of whom? Asian Football Confederation, FIFA, other confederations, all those in solidarity. Thank you. But thank you, the president of the Asian Football Confederation, who has shown a remarkable sense of organization and diplomacy to bring back the boat of the Asian Football Confederation that at a certain time has been in waters that were not so very clear, for not saying so very clean. And now you have brought back this boat since 2013, and it is only justice when this Congress later on will re-elect you as the leader of the AFC. You merit a big, big compliments, Sheikh Salman. You may be happy with that. But a big compliments also to your executive committee, a big compliment to the Secretary General, Dr. Alex Susi, and a big compliment also, I would say, to FIFA. You have mentioned FIFA, the help of FIFA, so I'm very happy that FIFA is represented here on a very, very high level, because we have presidents of confederations. We have the senior vice president of FIFA, Mr. Issa Hayatou. We have the FIFA vice presidents, David Chung and Prince Ali bin Al Hussein. We have the president of the CONMEBOL and already elect Vice President of FIFA, Juan Angel Naput. We have the executive member, Hani Aburida from Egypt. We have another member of the executive committee elected now, Mr. Lee from Costa Rica, and our members here in Asia, present here, Mr. Moravi Makudi, Mr. Sangji Long, and Ms. Moya Dot. Confederation Secretary, and I especially mention the FIFA's and the man who is in charge of the World Cups. I have to say that's not easy, Sharon Valk. All these group of FIFA, they are with you, and they support all the work you have done in the past, and some of them they shall elect for the future. I'm sure they will do the same for the future. In conclusion, 1.6 billion people, 1.6 billion people, 2/3 of the world population here in Asia. Your task is great. The popularity of this game in your continent is immense, with professional leagues coming up, with all talents you have. But more important, it's also the responsibility that rely on the big and the great. And Asia is the biggest and most important continent in the world, and especially it is the most important for FIFA's present and future. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you good deliberations today. Don't forget, we are in elections, and in elections we have the same principles than on the field of play. Even there is no referee here, it means discipline, respect, and fair play. Thank you. I have now the pleasure to make two presentations. One to His Royal Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Chairman of the Supreme Council for Youth and Sports.
Distinguished delegates and guests, we now move to item 6, appointment of the 3 members to check the official minutes. As a policy, the AFC has endorsed a criteria which is observed in the appointment of the members as follows. As you can see in the screen, 1, individual members must be a Congress delegate, must not be a voting delegate, must not be a delegate for election, and must not represent the members' session as any delegate. And therefore, we have proposed 3 names here. 1, Mr. Eugen Wanchuk Bhutan, Mr. Mark Sutcliffe, Hong Kong, Mr. Taufik Sarhan, Syria. Can we have your approval on this with the green cards? Thank you. Moving to item 7, appointment of the 3 scrutineers for checking of the voting. The same criteria applies, and we have 3 proposals. Mr. Mohammad Zambri from Brunei, Mr. Mahmoud from Tajikistan, Mr. Hamid Mohammad Al-Shabani from Yemen. Can we have the hands for the approval? Thank you very much, and we request the scrutineers to take their position on the right-hand side of the stage. Moving on to item 8, suspension or expulsion of a member's session. This is not applicable. We move to item 9, dismissal of a person of our body. This is also not applicable. And we move to item 10, approval of the minutes of the preceding congresses, the last 4 congresses that we had. And I'd like to call for a vote to approve the minutes of the congresses. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests and delegates, if you look at item 11, which is the General Secretary's report for the period preceding the Congress, it's my pleasure to inform you that the year 2013 to 2015 witnessed football hitting its stride at a dramatic pace. The activity report is in your folder. It's a testimony of the various activities that the AFC has accomplished over the last 2 years. Therefore, it's my pleasure to present you the comprehensive report and appreciate your acknowledgement. Under the initiatives of the AFC President, Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, I would like to also mention that the expansion of the AFC headquarters in Bukit Jalil, Malaysia, is progressing very well, and the construction is expected by June 2015 and completed at the end of 2016. The proposed expansion will facilitate a full-sized artificial pitch for training and development, 200-seater auditorium, a new executive boardroom, meeting rooms, and conference rooms. These facilities will cater and conduct the businesses of the AFC efficiently and effectively. Another achievement I would like to also mention that the AFC Academy of Excellence, which is the brainchild of the AFC President, the AFC Academy of Excellence project, will be located at the Putrajaya, the administrative capital of Malaysia, and it is an initiative catered for the competitions and development. The Malaysian government has allocated a sports hub, including a state-of-the-art stadium for the AFC's purpose. The Malaysian government, through the offices of His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah, as chairman of the AFC Building Committee, managed to secure a tax exemption status for the AFC in Malaysia. The building work is expected to commence in 2016 and scheduled to be completed in mid-2018. Mr. Chairman and dear members, can we acknowledge the report? Thank you. Moving on to item 12, which is the reports of the committees and bodies. Mr. Chairman and delegates, with your permission, we will now look at the reports presented to you through the video presentation. Thank you.
I can proudly say that since May 2013, we have experienced some of the most fantastic season of Asian football. From the AFC Women Asian Cup qualifier to the AFC Asian Cup Australia 2015. The second half of 2013 was a busy one for all involved in competition, with the AFC President Cup and the knockout stage of AFC Champions League and AFC Cup, which ran from May until November, and subsequently the 2014 FIFA World Cup qualifier, which took place in June, September, and November. On the youth competition side, the qualifier for the under 16 and under 19 were played, and the UAE has the honor of hosting the FIFA Under 17 World Cup in October. The year concluded with the FIFA World Cup in Morocco, where Chinese Guangzhou Evergrande finishes fourth. The AFC Under 22 Championship in Oman was the first edition of its kind, And I look forward to seeing this competition provide a strong platform for the under-23 player to develop as senior national team player. Now that we have improved the qualifying system, the participating countries and clubs in the AFC Challenger Cup and AFC President Cup will have more opportunities to play at a higher level in the FIFA World Cup, AFC Asian Cup qualifying round, and the AFC Cup qualifying round in the playoff stage. The most high-profile global football event also took place during this period. The FIFA World Cup 2014 in Brazil was a good lesson for all of us, and it will help us improve and move forward for next edition of the tournament. The AFC Under-16 Championship 2014 was held in Thailand, and AFC Under-19 Championship 2014 in Myanmar. Congratulations to Libya, Korea, and Qatar, respectively, on emerging as champion of the competitions. 4 countries from Under-16 and Under-19 Championship will represent Asia in the FIFA Under-17 World Cup in Chile and FIFA Under-20 World Cup in New Zealand. I would like to congratulate the Football Federation of Australia, whose clubs Western Sydney Wanderers won the AFC Champions League 2014 and the national team captures of AFC Asian Cup 2015, and also for hosting the successful showcase for our flagship competition, the AFC Asian Cup. In conclusion, I hope the legacy from competition of our current term will be able to produce more fruitful results for Asian football. And I thank you for your unwavering support as always. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. I am Kozo Tashima, Chairman of the AFC Technical Committee. It is my pleasure to report to you on the activities of the Technical Committee. Raising the quality of football across Asia is a fundamental goal of the AFC Technical Committee. This can be done through various technical initiatives for male and female alike that will serve as a platform for exchanging and gaining information that will cater to the diversified need of the AFC member associations. Since the last Congress in 2013, the AFC has continued to organize a number of workshops, seminars, and courses for AFC instructors to keep them updated with the recent trend and the developments in football. They can subsequently share this information with the coaches attending the various AFC coaching accreditation courses. AFC has also organized instructors courses to develop new instructors and to ensure long-term consistency and the continuity of the AFC coaching education program. We need more instructors to cope with the increase in the demand for coaching courses, as the increased number of courses conducted from January 2013 to December 2014 showed. It is more than our pleasure to have renowned Mr. Andy Roxburgh as a technical director this year. With his long-term experience and expertise in the football leading continent of Europe, he will bring us Asia to a new height. With every competition showing unique technical and tactical trends, technical experts were engaged to conduct technical study of the centralized AFC men's and women's competitions. This has been of great benefit to the member associations in enhancing their development plans. Asia is the home of the Women's World Champion, and it was vital that we capitalize on this great opportunity to promote and develop women's football as widely as possible. The AFC Technical Committee, therefore, provided collaborated technical support to the AFC Women's Football Strategic Plan 2013 to 2019, which included the organization of the Women's Football Development Workshop, as well as AFC Women's Asian Cup Vietnam 2014 workshop, where March 8th was declared as the AFC Women's Football Day. Women's football technical experts were also provided to the member associations availing of the AFC Women's Assistance Program. The AFC Grassroots Year 2013 was a momentous and successful year. A workshop on grassroots football development was organized in conjunction with the celebration of the AFC Grassroots Day on 15 May 2013. This was followed by the organization of regional grassroots instructors courses. We are very happy to announce that 32 member associations celebrated the Grassroots Day in 2040 compared to 14 in 2013. In 2014, the AFC Technical Committee decided to revive the AFC U14 Regional Festival of Youth Football, with the first festival having been organized last February 2015 in the West region. The collaborative support of FIFA, UEFA, the German Football Association, and S2S helped us to achieve many of these important initiatives in 2013 and 2014. Thank you very much.
Dear Presidents of AFC member associations, General Secretaries, member delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. AFC has stamped its mark in the world of refereeing. We have moved forward in all areas, both in development and competitions. FIFA World Cup Brazil 2014 saw the quota of Asian referees increase from 3 to 4 trios. Ravshan Ilmatov created history by refereeing 9 matches in 2 FIFA World Cups. The AFC Women Asian Cup 2014 displayed the strength of our female officials. 5 referees and 8 assistant referees have been shortlisted as candidates for the FIFA Women's World Cup Canada 2015. AFC refereeing panel has also been widened to include beach soccer referees in 2014 and women's futsal referees in 2015. This is in preparation for AFC's very old beach soccer and women Futsal Championship in 2015. The course in AFC refereeing is due to its commitment to development. We have now covered the whole refereeing fraternity. From focusing on officials on the field, we have moved to assist the AFC member associations. We have embarked on a special project to develop MA referee administration. MAs with good administration and development programs will ensure a steady flow of quality referee in Asia. The AFC Asian Cup 2015 is a prime example of our success in refereeing. The officials in the tournament returned performances that we can be proud of. It is an endorsement that our trust and investment in the development, training, selection, and preparation of the officials are in the right direction. Thank you for your attention.
Good day, my name is Moya Dodd, Chair of the Women's Committee in AFC. It's been a busy and rewarding time for women's football in Asia. 2013 saw AFC's women's football strategy approved and its implementation begun. On the field, our competitions have given national teams far and wide the chance to shine. This ranged from under-14 regional championships right up to the qualifiers and finals of the Women's Asian Cup, which was won by Japan. At junior level, the AFC Under-16 Women's Championship and Under-19 Women's Championships in 2013 were won by Japan and Korea, respectively. Japan went on to take the global crown at this age level, winning the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Costa Rica last year. Incredibly, they now hold both world and Asian crowns at senior and Under-17 level. Congratulations, Japan. I also want to congratulate China and Vietnam for their expert hosting of our major final tournaments, as well as all those who hosted qualifying and Under-14 championships. We thank you and we hope your legacy is a strong one. Off the field, there was also plenty of action as the AFC Women's Football Strategy was disseminated and discussed at the Women's Development Conference in Kuala Lumpur early last year. It was the first time such a conference had been organised in Asia, and it gave us a great foothold for development right across the region as each of you put women's football development plans in place. This was followed up with a technical seminar late last year to reflect upon the Women's Asian Cup. And in March 2015, AFC held another first for a confederation, a Women's Football Day coinciding with International Women's Day, where dozens of our member associations held grassroots and promotional activities. Looking ahead, 2015 is full of promise. 5 teams will represent AFC at the FIFA Women's World Cup, starting with China, who kick off the tournament against hosts Canada in the opening match on the 6th of June. Also representing Asia will be Australia, Korea Republic, Thailand, and of course the reigning champions, Japan. We wish you all the best of luck and we hope you can keep that trophy in Asia. This year we also look forward to another edition of the AFC Under-16 and Under-19 Women's Championship finals to be held in China. The finalists were decided through the qualifiers last year, and I understand it was challenging for the administration to organise several groups in the qualifier competitions. Fortunately, we were able to provide the platform for most of the teams to play sufficient matches. Thank you for those efforts. Finally, I'm proud to remind you that the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup is coming to Jordan in 2016, when Asia will be at the epicentre of progress in the women's game. Please allow me, on behalf of the AFC Women's Committee, to thank you and my Executive Committee colleagues for the opportunity to serve, and also to thank the administration for their tireless efforts in organising these events and competitions. We look forward to another significant season in 2015. Thank you.
This is Jiang Jilong. First of all, it gives me great honor and pleasure to serve as the chairman of the AFC Futsal and Beach Soccer Committee, together with other members of the committee. We face a challenging task for futsal. It's rapidly growing and it becoming a very popular sport among the AFC member associations. Thanks to the efforts of the AFC administration and LOCs, the AFC Futsal Championship Vietnam 2014 and AFC Futsal Club Championship editions, Japan 2013 and China People's Republic 2014, respectively, left a remarkable legacy in the host countries. The AFC is constantly monitoring the game's development. The administration conducts assessment visits to the 18 member associations active in futsal in order to study and understand aspects such as administration, futsal leagues, futsal clubs, referees, coaching, and the grassroots. I would like to take this opportunity and am pleased to announce that the committee has unanimously chosen Islamic Republic of Iran Football Federation as host of the AFC Futsal Club Championship 2015 and the Uzbekistan Football Federation as host of the AFC Futsal Championship 2016. Whilst there is attention on men's futsal, we also cannot ignore the popularity of the game amongst women, and with that, I'm pleased to inform you all that the AFC Women's Futsal Championship will be inaugurated later this year. As you are all aware, the AFC Congress in 2013 officially endorsed and welcomed beach soccer into the AFC family. Since then, there have been numerous development plans set out for the good of the game. I'm proud to report that, and the auspices of AFC, the first ever edition of the AFC Beach Soccer Championship 2015 was successfully run from 23rd to 28th March in Doha, Qatar. With this still fresh in mind, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the 3 top teams, namely Oman, Japan, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, who have qualified to the FIFA Beach Soccer World Cup Portugal 2015, which will be held from the 9th to 19th July this year. Finally, I would like to thank the AFC President, Executive Committee, administrations, and the members of the committee for their support towards the development of futsal and beach soccer in Asia. Thank you.
The past 2 years have seen the AFC continue to undertake remarkable social responsibility initiatives. The AFC Social Responsibility Committee and team have planned and implemented concrete programs to create awareness on pressing social issues while facilitating productive networking opportunities among social responsibility stakeholders such as AFC member associations, together with relevant NGOs and government and corporate agencies. These programs and activities are planned together with member associations and other relevant stakeholders to ensure both partnership and sustainability, Significant awareness and impact was made during both the top AFC major competitions, such as the AFC Champions League and AFC Asian Cup Australia 2015, and at the AFC Under-14 Championship. The AFC Sport for Development Conference 2014 was an excellent platform for social responsibility stakeholders to discuss pressing social issues and to explore how football can help heal. The same platform was used to recognize and appreciate outstanding NGOs, corporate actors, and individuals through the AFC Dream Asia Awards. The AFC also showed the world that it cares for football-loving communities who have suffered, for example, by constructing the AFC Village Housing Project for the Yolanda Typhoon victims in Libertad, Palau in the Philippines. Collaboration between the AFC, the AFDP, and the One World Play project saw 120,000 ultra-durable balls being distributed to AFC member associations in phases. The One Goal campaign during various AFC competitions emphasizes the importance of providing the right kind of nutrition for every child in Asia, and our campaign has caught public attention with the use of high-profile ambassadors such as Clarence Seedorf. Last but not least, the Protect the Goal regional communications campaign uses the power of football to combat AIDS and HIV and has reached millions. The AFC Social Responsibility Committee and team will continue to implement these and other programs in partnership with the member associations to illustrate our commitment to the world and society around us beyond football. Thank you.
I am Makhdoom Syed Faisal Saleh Hayat, Chairman of the Legal Committee, and it is my privilege to be presenting the Legal Committee's review for the year 2013-2015. Dear Chairman, dear members of the Executive Committee, dear delegates, the AFC Legal Committee has undertaken an enormous amount of legal work to guide the Confederation through the past 2 years. As stipulated in the AFC statutes, the Legal Committee is responsible for, amongst other things, advising the Executive Committee, the President, the General Secretary, and other standing committees on all legal matters within the sphere of the AFC. Since the 2013 AFC Ordinary Congress, the Legal Committee has reviewed and modernized in depth the AFC statutes in order for them to be in line with FIFA regulations and the current sports law environment. The AFC statutes, as we all know, are our most important set of regulations and our constitution. The Legal Committee has to continuously improve and review the statutes in order to reflect the legal reality in football. Furthermore, the Legal Committee was also tasked with incorporating into the statutes the decisions taken by the AFC Extraordinary Congress in June 2014 to split the South and Central Zone into 2 distinctive zones. In respect of good governance practice, the Legal Committee was also asked to propose an organization regulation to the AFC Executive Committee. The AFC organization regulations set up, in particular, the terms and references of the different AFC standing committees and the duties and obligations of their respective members. Likewise, the AFC Code of Conduct was reviewed and proposed to the AFC Executive Committee for ratification, along with the very important and for the first time, the Code of Ethics, which was adopted by the AFC Congress for incorporation into our statutes and our system. The Legal Committee has also reviewed and approved several regulations related to the AFC competitions, the all-important anti-doping regulations being part of the set of regulations. The AFC regulation governing international matches was also passed by the Legal Committee. The Legal Committee was also part of the huge and phenomenal success of the AFC Asian Cup 2015 held last January in Australia by implementing a strong and comprehensive commercial rights protection program to safeguard the interest of AFC sponsors and broadcasters. The Legal Committee is glad, dear delegates, and proud to report that there were no major legal issues and no complaints from our official partners and sponsors. Finally, the legal committee has been advising the AFC Executive Committee and the General Secretary in all legal matters and disputes which have arisen within AFC and its member associations. Thank you.
Respected AFC President and members of the Executive Committee, FIFA President, and distinguished members of the AFC Football Fraternity. The AFC Medical Committee, in collaboration with the AFC member associations, ensures that medical services as per international standards are made accessible to all players both on and off the field. The AFC is the only football confederation that has very successfully taken up the fight against age cheating in age-related tournaments. This has been achieved through the training of radiologists and experts in the use of MRI for age determination in football. The AFC member associations today can rely on these 59 experts for professional advice in this field. The AFC has zero tolerance for doping. The low incidence rate of 0.29% reflects the impact of AFC's strategies in fight against doping through education, implementation of controls, and close monitoring. Recognizing the significance of medical education is an essential tool towards the development of football. Hence, the AFC has introduced a number of educational programs to raise the standard of care and protection of players across Asia. This includes, for example, the AFC Football Medicine Regional Courses, the AFC President's Traveling Fellow Program, and the anti-doping and emergency medicine workshops, to name a few. The AFC Medical Committee, as well as the Football Medicine Fraternity of Asia, would specially like to express their sincere thanks to the AFC President, the AFC Executive Committee, FIFA, sister confederations, and more importantly, member associations for their support and understanding of the importance to develop football medicine hand in glove with the overall development of Asian football. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for helping AFC to become the great confederation that it is now. Since this is my final report to the Congress, I've been the chairman of the marketing committee since it was established 2011, and I'm going to give you the report of the marketing in the current cycle, 2013 to 2016, where the AFC has continued to focus on providing opportunities to support sponsors to promote their brand on a global platform, and at the same time target the local markets. This has been made possible through an effective marketing strategy that offers our commercial partners solutions that go beyond the traditional mediums. With the dedicated support of our marketing partners, World Sport Groups, WSG, who have been working with us for more than 20 years, and we start with a revenue of $10 million, and we are reaching now over $1 billion, and also the official broadcasters partners delivering worldwide HD TV coverage. The AFC has promoted AFC competition and events via social media channels as well as via live streaming on the official website, theafc.com. Football fans across the world now have more opportunities to watch the exciting AFC matches and events. Asia's most prestigious tournament, the AFC Asian Cup Australia 2015, delivered significant results and exposures to our commercial brands and partners, with record-breaking attendance and television audience. The AFC official anthem was also launched during the opening match, symbolizing the passion and pride of Asian football. It will be used across all AFC competition henceforth. And also we are looking forward for Asian Cup 2019 in UAE, where I am sure we are going to have another significant, exciting tournament with another breaking records. AFC is equally committed to raising the level of commercial and marketing development within each member association. Alongside the various competitions and development workshops, the AFC's role is to start knowledge sharing and experience with participating member associations via the AFC kickoff program and AFC match operations to create a professional environment for all stakeholders. Thank you all for your constant support, and I am sure the future is Asia. Thank you.
The AFC kickoff program has gone from strength to strength since its inception in 2013. We now have 25 countries participating, with the most popular activities areas being 1, the league governance and management, 2, the league marketing and sponsorship, 3, club development, 4, player support program. The kickoff program's financial incentive of USD 20,000 per annum was introduced in 2014. This has helped to accelerate league development through the hiring of professional staff in marketing, media, and club development, conducting market research, and creating new media content. From this year, the kickoff programs has introduced regional seminar, which will focus on common themes in each specific region. The first seminar, which took place in Kuala Lumpur earlier this month, was for all the ASEAN Members Association, with the topic of the league governance and models. A second seminar is planned for Central and South Asian Members Association later in 2015. I thank all the Members Association who are part of this program and hope that they continue with the successful implementation of the program. I also invite member associations who are not a part of kickoff yet to embrace this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes item 12, and now we move on to item 13, which is the submission for approval of the Statement of Accounts and the Auditor's Report. To present this, it's my pleasure to invite the Chairman of the Finance Committee, Mr. Richard Lai, to take the rostrum on the left.
AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Abraham Al Khalifa, FIFA President Joseph S. Blatter. A very good morning to all my dear fellow colleagues of the Asian football family, ladies and gentlemen. As the Chairman of Finance Committee, I'm pleased to provide to you a brief update on the financial status of the Asian Football Confederation. I understand that the audit financial statement for both financial years of 2013 and 2014 has been provided to you beforehand. Therefore, please allow me to provide to you with few key financial highlights of our financial status for 2014. I'm pleased to report to you that our external auditors, Ernst & Young, have audited and concluded both reports with unqualified opinion. For financial year ending in 2014, the Confederation posted a profit of $8.8 million with a total income of $69.8 million against our expenses of $61.1 million. Our cash and financial status remain healthy with no ongoing concern issue to be highlighted. Thanks to our President Sheikh Salman, his leadership, and our General Secretary for his day-to-day administration, able to help us to save such huge amount of money. Let me prove to you with the breakdown of our income in 2014. 86% of our income is driven from our sale in commercial right. 11% came from FIFA subsidy, and 3% income is from levy and other incomes. In respect to our expenses, we have invested 70% directly into football activities, in which 55% invest in competitions, and 17% in development program, such as financial aid program, referees, and coaching program. The remaining 28% is spent on day-to-day activities of AFC. As all the AFC members know that, AFC actually have a financial aid program that match what FIFA offer to each one of us. Understanding our income compared to FIFA income, it's almost like impossible that our confederation can match a financial assistance that FIFA offer us. But this also thanks to our leader of our president, Sheikh Salman, his vision to support football development for every member association in Asia. In competition, we spent $6 million out of $34 million was in the form of direct assistance to the member association. This is another form of support that our president gave to our competitions. In the area of development, $7 million out of the $10 million that we budget for the FAP program, and you can see that the utilization of that is like 85% of the budget that we set aside for the financial assistance. I'm also pleased to announce that in respect of the budget approval versus actual spending, we have been able to spend within the budget approved by you with a surplus of $800,000. This concludes my brief report on the AFC financials, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, thanks to my president, thanks my general secretary, my executive committee members, and the member of the Congress for their trust and support during my tenure as a chairman of the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I would like to invite the chairman of the Audit Committee to present his report, Mr. Mohanad Fahmi Hamad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very good morning to AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, FIFA President, Mr. Joseph Sepp Blatter, AFC Executive Committee, Member Association delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Audit Committee, I would like to thank the Asian Football Confederation, particularly the AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, for the opportunity to serve and contribute to the development of football in Asia. In our function as the Audit Committee of the AFC, we have assessed the financial statements for the period from 1st January 2013 to 31st December 2013, as well as the financial statements for the period from 1st January 2014 to 31st December 2014. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on these financial statements based on our assessment and compliance with our audit charter. We have assessed both the financial statements for 2013 and 2014 through, first, examination of the audit reports of our independent external auditor, Ernst & Young. Second, joint meetings of the audit committee, finance and external auditor. And third, audit committee meetings. Dear colleagues, our financial statements are in compliance with the International Financial Reporting Standards. In regards to the financial statements, the external auditor has issued a clean report or unqualified reports for both the financial statements of 2013 and 2014. We have also assessed the accounting principles used, significant estimates made, and the overall presentation of the financial statements. We believe that our assessment provides a reasonable basis for our opinion. Furthermore, we confirm that we have had unrestricted and complete access to all the relevant documents and information necessary for our assessment. On this basis, we recommend that the AFC Congress approve both financial statements for 2013 and 2014. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With these reports, can we have the approval of your green cards? Thank you very much. It's approved. Mr. Chairman and delegates, we move on to the next item, item 14, approval of the budget. This is not applicable as we have completed the approval process in the last Congress. Thank you. Moving on to item 15, admission for membership. This is also not applicable. Item 16, proposal for amendments and alterations to the statutes. I would like to read to you the amendment mechanism, Article 28 of the AFC Statutes. Proposals to amend or alter the statutes may be either submitted by a member's session, seconded by two, or the executive committee. The proposal submitted shall be in writing with a brief explanation. Point 4, all amendments and alterations to the statutes shall be adopted with the approval of the 3/4 majority of the votes cast by the member association present and eligible to vote. Having said this, we have received a proposal from the Guam Football Association, seconded by 8 member associations, and further, we have also received 29 support from the member association, making it a total of 38 member associations in support of this proposal. To present this, I would like to call upon Mr. George Lai from the Guam Football Association to present this proposal. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of the AFC, Sheikh Salman Al Khalifa, Honorable FIFA President Joseph Platters, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, happy day and good morning. On behalf of the Guam Football Association, we would like to make a proposed amendment to the Article 81, Section 332. Article 81, Transitory Provisions. 332, 2 elections shall subsequently be held for the remaining FIFA Executive Committee positions. 3321, an election for the 2 FIFA Executive Committee positions for the term of 2015 to 2019, conducted pursuant to the Article 24 of the AFC Statutes. And 3322, an election for the remaining 2 years of the vacant FIFA Executive committee position for the term of 2013 to 2017, conducted pursuant to the Article 24 of the AFC Statute. Explanations. Currently, President is unopposed and therefore will vacate his positions. Clear, direct, and transparent electoral process for the FIFA Exco seat for 2013 to 2017. Clear choice for the candidates to run either for the 4-year term or the 2-year term seat. For the electorate to have a clear understanding of the candidates that they are voting for, example, for a 4-year term or the 2-year term. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. George. Before we call for the voting, please take note that this amendment, if it's approved, will take immediate effect. And let's begin with the voting, and I call upon the scrutineers to stand ready. And can we have the voting cards? Can we have the voting cards, please? It's a voting procedure. Let's follow the procedures according to the agenda. Can we have the cards up and the scrutineers count the votes? Mr. Chairman and delegates, we have the results of the voting. Number of valid votes casted, 40. 3/4 majority is 30. And votes in favor, 37 and 3 against. And therefore, the amendment is passed with immediate effect. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
My dear colleagues, we've heard a request from our friend, the Korean FA, wanted to make a statement, and I just want to clarify one thing. We go by the agenda. Everybody knows that the Guam FA has presented this proposal 6 weeks ago. And if anybody would like to make a statement, or it has to be in a written request, we can open the floor and everybody will talk. And if I allow the Korean FA will talk, we will have 10 or 20 other members that would like to talk and comment as well. And this will not get us anywhere. So the quickest way and the easy way is to keep it to a voting to the member association to decide. And the decision has been made. And we have to respect the Congress, we have to respect the member association and the majority. So I oblige that we should have discipline and an understanding. And as we mentioned, we always talk about unity and solidarity. And I think this message has been clear, that out of the 40, we have 37. So we have to accept the majority, so what they want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. We move on to item 17, consideration of proposals submitted by the member stations, if any. There is no submission, and therefore this is not applicable. We move on to item 18, appointment of external auditors, and this is also not applicable as it has been done in the last Congress. Item 19, bestowing of honorary titles. This is also not applicable. And we move on to item 20, which is the elections. Before commencing the election, Mr. President and dear delegates, we kindly request the AFC President himself and the AFC Executive Committee members on stage here to take a step down and take their seats on the floor. Thank you. While we do this, it's my pleasure now to call upon and invite Mr. Edwin Gastanas, the chairman of the AFC Electoral Committee, to conduct the elections in accordance with the AFC Code. Thank you. distinguished delegates, and dear members, can we have your attention? Please kindly take your seat. Item 20, the elections. It's my pleasure to call upon Mr. Edwin Gastanas to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. General Secretary, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, member associations, delegates, presidents, and general secretaries, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I continue, I would like to invite the other members of the Electoral Committee to please take their seats in the table designated for the Electoral Committee. I call upon Mr. Aisa Mohammed Salih Al-Husani from UAE and Mr. Muhammad Fahmi Hamad from Bahrain. Thank you, gentlemen. Under the AFC statutes, all elections shall be governed by the AFC Electoral Code. That code was formulated and issued last year, and all the member associations have copies of the same. The Electoral Committee is tasked under that Electoral Code to organize, supervise the elections in any elective Congress. And I am, as chairman, tasked to explain a bit the duties of the Electoral Committee and the election procedure. Let me start it briefly. The Electoral Committee is tasked to organize, supervise, and manage the elections. It is also given the authority to decide all matters relating to election, including the voting procedure. More importantly, during and after the voting, the Electoral Committee is tasked to read the ballots, count the ballots, and declare the official results. The member associations are familiar with these principles. In the discharge of its duties, the Electoral Committee will be assisted by the General Secretary acting as Secretary of the Electoral Committee. It will also be assisted by the AFC Legal Director acting as Deputy Secretary to the Electoral Committee. We have deputized several bailiffs and scrutineers to help the Electoral Committee count the votes in case of raising of yes or green card. Now, under also the AFC statutes, all elections of office bearers of AFC shall be by secret ballot. Let me explain what does it mean. It means that the first order of election mode is by secret ballot. And I am tasked by the Electoral Code to describe in detail what will be the procedure in case of election by secret ballot. First, I will deputize and request the help of the General Secretary to call the member associations in alphabetical order, and thereafter, after the call, the voting delegate of the member association will please proceed to the front. But please proceed to the right, to your right first, and go to the ballot registry table. It is manned by the Deputy Secretary of the Electoral Committee. There, your identity will be checked with the records that we have and with your ID, and you will be given a ballot. Thereafter, you will sign the registry, proceed to one of the polling booths here, and fill up the ballot. After completing the ballot, the voting delegate will personally fold the ballot, proceed to the ballot box, which is transparent, and cast his vote by means of depositing in the urn or ballot box the ballot. Thereafter, he will please proceed to the next table, manned by the staff of the Electoral Committee, to sign the election registry. We did not invent that procedure. That procedure is stated in the Electoral Code, and it is our duty to enforce that. Now, the AFC statutes, however, provide an exception to election by secret ballot. It is when the candidacy to a seat or to available position is unopposed. The statute states it may be by acclamation. However, that decision belongs to the Congress, in particular to the voting delegates of the Congress. And so, before we start with the election process, I ask the voting delegates of the Congress in session, in the event of uncontested or unopposed candidacies, and you have the list of the candidates and the available positions, do you approve that the mode of election that will be used will be election by acclamation? If you so approve, kindly raise your yes or green card. And scrutineers, please help us count or determine the results of the voting. From here, it appears that there is a almost unanimous vote of approval to use the mode of election by acclamation in case of uncontested candidatures or unopposed candidates. We need only a simple majority for the approval. And from here, we can see that we have more than simple majority. The Electoral Committee, therefore, now would like to announce that for uncontested candidacies, following the applicable provisions in the AFC statutes, the AFC Electoral Code, and your earlier decision, will apply election by acclamation. I am also tasked by the Electoral Code to say something about the ballot. The ballot has been prepared under our supervision. Each round will be of different color. The ballot has a security mark by means of a stamp that is kept by us. The ballot has a simple instructions on how you go about the voting and what you cannot do in the ballot. It lists the names of the candidates for the available position. And opposite the names is a box. We will require you to fill up the ballot by marking the box opposite the name of the candidate you will choose or you will elect. A fair and gentle reminder, asked several times today, we will not allow the taking of photographs, either by cell phone or by small cameras, of the ballot. We have to protect the sanctity of the ballot. That is why it is a secret ballot. And the Electoral Committee prohibits taking of pictures of the ballot, whether at the time of filling it up or after it has been filled up. Also, the voting delegate must not write any identifying marks on the ballot. The voting delegate has just to mark the box opposite the name of his chosen candidate. Any identifying mark may lead to the declaration of the ballot as spoiled or invalid. We will do that in consultation with the members of the Electoral Committee. We shall now proceed to conduct the election for the position of AFC President and ex officio FIFA Vice President. The summary of information, please. There is one nomination for one position, and pursuant to Article 24.2 of the statutes, an election by acclamation can be validly done. As chair of the Electoral Committee, may I now request the voting delegates of the Congress in session to now proceed to elect by acclamation the lone candidate to the AFC President position by raising your green card, by saying or shouting aye, or by clapping. Please do now. Pursuant to the provisions of the AFC Electoral Code, in consultation with the members of the Electoral Committee, I, as chair of the Electoral Committee, hereby declare that candidate Sheikh Salman bin Khalifa, the lone candidate for the position of position of AFC President and ex officio FIFA Vice President, has been validly elected by acclamation for a term of 4 years, specifically from 2015 to 2019. Mr. General Secretary, will you please? Pursuant to the agenda, we shall now proceed to conduct the elections for the position of AFC representatives to the FIFA Executive Committee. For brevity, we call it AFC FIFA Exco position. Now, we have been witness to the amendments earlier introduced by the Congress in session. Let me backtrack a bit about the importance of that amendment. When candidates filed their certificates of candidacy or nominations for the position of FIFA Exco, some opted to file a certificate of candidacy only for the 2-year remainder term of the position that may be vacated once the AFC President shall have been re-elected. Some filed certificates of candidacy for the 4-year term. Under the old provision before the amendment, we have to require all these candidates to file certificates of candidacy for both the 4-year term and the remainder 2-year term, because the provision in the old provision requires that there be only one voting, and when the simple majority shall have been obtained, 2 winners will be declared, and the third candidate who gets the highest vote but did not become the winner for the 2 positions shall be declared the winner for the 2-year remainder term position vacated by the election of the current AFC President. When the current AFC President has been elected by operation of the statute, he will no longer serve as AFC representative to the FIFA Exco. There is no need for any announcement because the AFC statutes by its operations dictate that. That is why the amendments proposed by Guam and adopted by the Congress present to the Electoral Committee some options on how to go about the election of the FIFA Exco positions. We have discussed all possible options and all possible angles, statutory and legal, and the Electoral Committee has decided in its, I hope the last meeting, last 20 April 2015, that for this morning's election, we shall proceed with the election first of the remaining 2-year position of AFC representative to the FIFA Exco. Let me explain our position and the reasons for that decision. The AFC statutes required that the current AFC president, when he gets re-elected or gets elected for a new 4-year term, vacates his position. That position is a 4-year term position. It is alive. The position has a term of 2013 to 2017. Now, the Electoral Committee has decided that in keeping with proper and orderly procedure and in giving importance to that 2-year position, the election should be first conducted for that 2-year position because it is an alive position and we need to fill it up immediately, especially because FIFA ranking officials are here, President Sepp Blatter, and we do not want any perception that the current 4-year term position will not be given its due importance. Slide, please. Now, because of the amendments also, we have deemed it proper to address the certificates of nomination of the candidacies, and we give the candidates for both the 4-year term and the remainder 2-year term to the FIFA Exco position to decide whether to run for both positions or to run only for the 4-year term position or to run only for the 2-year position. The decision is yours. The Electoral Committee will give you 5 minutes to make up your minds. And if you decide to run only for one position, please fill up the form of withdrawal from the other position and give it to us. The 5 minutes starts now. Thank you. has to be recognized first. I will address, I have forgotten to mention the rationale for the decision of the Electoral Committee to proceed, the complete rationale for the decision to proceed with the election for the 2-year position first, to be followed by the 4-year term. Earlier, I explained that the Electoral Committee felt that the vacancy created by the election of the current AFC President has to be addressed first. Second, we have examined the amended provisions of the Electoral Code, and we believe that it does not mandate a particular sequence of election. It only mentioned that 2 elections shall be conducted. And the Electoral Committee, under the Electoral Code, can decide on the procedure of the election. The position remains to be FIFA EXCO position. That is only one position with 3 seats. Can we have? It would appear, ladies and gentlemen, that the Electoral Committee has received withdrawal of candidature duly signed. Candidate Khalid Al-Busaidi has withdrawn his candidacy for both the 4 years FIFA EXCO term and 2 years remaining term. Candidate Sheikh Ahmad Fahad Al-Sabah has withdrawn his candidacy for the 4-year term. Candidate His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah Al-Haj has withdrawn his candidacy for 2 years term. And candidate Kosh Tashima has withdrawn his candidacy for the position of FIFA EXCO 2-year remainder term. And candidate Dato Warawi Makudi has withdrawn his candidacy from FIFA EXCO position for the remainder 2-year term. I shall now give there is a final withdrawal of candidature from Monsgyo Chung of South Korea. He is withdrawing his candidacy for the position of FIFA EXCO 2-year term. I shall now give this withdrawal of candidacies to the Electoral Committee staff so that appropriate ballots will then be printed by them so that we can proceed with the elections, first for the 2-year term and second for the 4-year term. It would take, in our estimation, about 5 minutes to print the ballots that will be used for the positions. After the submission of the withdrawal of candidatures, we shall now post the remaining candidates to the two-year remainder FIFA Exco position. I still have to ask the formal and official question, Congress delegates, pursuant to the applicable provisions of the AFC statutes, the electoral code, and your earlier decision to conduct election of uncontested candidacy by acclamation. Please proceed now to acclaim or to elect by acclamation candidate Sheikh Ahmad Al-Sabah. Pursuant to the applicable provisions of the AFC Electoral Code, I, as Chair of the Electoral Committee, hereby declare that candidate Sheikh Al-Sabah has been formally, validly elected by acclamation to the position of FIFA Exco for the remainder two-year term. We shall now proceed for the election of the regular FIFA Exco four-year term. After the withdrawal of candidatures, we now have the following as the remaining candidates for the position. First, His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah Al-Haj Ibn Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah from ASEAN. Dato Orawi Makudi from ASEAN, Thailand, ASEAN. South Korea's Mong Gyu Chung from Korea Republic, from East Asia. And Mr. Kosa Tashima from Japan, from East Asia. Deputy Secretary, are we ready with the ballots? We are now ready with the ballots. Each ballot will contain the names of the four candidates, and we shall follow the procedure for voting, which I earlier explained. And for this purpose, may I request the General Secretary to please start calling the member associations in alphabetical order for them to individually cast their vote for the position of FIFA four-year positions. The delegate can vote for 2 out of the 4. Please do not vote 3. It will make the ballot marked and stray, and it will spoil the ballot. Mr. General Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now hereby call upon each member station from the right. We'll start from Afghanistan. As we call you, please proceed to the registration desk. Thank you. Followed by Australia. Bahrain, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Brunei, Cambodia, China, Chinese Taipei, DPR Korea, Guam, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Jordan, Korea Republic, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Lebanon, Macau, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Oman, Pakistan, Palestine, Philippines, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Syria, Tajikistan, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Turkmenistan, United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, and Yemen.
The Electoral Committee will now proceed to open the ballot box and count the ballots, and first determine whether the ballot is valid. Ballot will be invalid if the total number of ballots will be in excess of the ballots issued. All other permutations, the ballot will be valid. Electoral Code requires the Electoral Committee, before counting the ballots, to determine whether the ballot is valid. There were 46 ballots issued, and we have in our front 46 ballots. There is no excess. The ballot is valid. We shall now proceed to count. we have finished the counting of the valid ballots under the AFC statutes. Elections for the other positions listed in Article 31 shall be decided in a first ballot by a simple majority. There were 46 ballots issued. There are 46 member associations entitled to vote. Simple majority is 24. We have tallied, double-checked, and checked. And ladies and gentlemen, the results of the elections, we have to proclaim the results. Please put it in the slide. Under Article 24, Item 4, there are two candidates that got simple majority. Mr. Koso Tashima from Japan, from the East Zone, and His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah of Malaysia from ASEAN. Pursuant to Article 23 of the Electoral Code, I, as Chair of the Electoral Committee, hereby declare that candidates Koso Tashima of Japan and Prince Abdullah of Malaysia are the winners by election by secret ballot for the positions of FIFA Exco for a term of 4 years to begin from 2015 to 2019. We shall now proceed with the election of candidates for the position of AFC Vice Presidents. As you know, under Article 31 of the AFC Statutes, Paragraph 3, Congress shall elect the 5 AFC Vice Presidents, one from each zone. And we have the following candidates. From the ASEAN, Singapore, Mr. Winston Lee. From China, Mr. Zhang Jilong. From East Asia. From Central Asia, Mr. Ali Kafasha Naini of Iran. From West Asia, Mr. Saud Aziz Al-Muhannadi from Qatar. And from South Asia, Praful Monarbai Patel of India. Their candidacies are unopposed. Each zone is entitled to one. There is no opposing candidature. I still have to formally ask the voting delegates of the members, pursuant to your decision early this morning and the provisions of the Electoral Code, you may now please proceed to elect the foregoing candidates for AFC Vice Presidents by acclamation. Elected by acclamation, Mr. Winston Lee from Singapore, representing ASEAN. Next slide, please. Mr. Zhang Jilong from China PR, representing East Asia. Mr. Ali Kafasha Naini from Iran, representing Central Asia. Mr. Saud Aziz Al-Muhannadi from Qatar, representing West Asia. And Mr. Praful Patel from India, representing South Asia. Pursuant to the Electoral Code, I, as Chair of the Electoral Committee, hereby declare that they have been elected by acclamation. We shall now proceed for the election of 5 AFC female executive committee members. Similar to AFC Vice President, the Congress is tasked to elect 5 female EXCO members, 1 from each zone. And we have the following candidatures. From the Australia, representing ASEAN, Ms. Moya Dad. From the BR Korea, representing East Asia, Ms. Han Yung-gyong. From Afghanistan, Ms. Zora Mary. For Central Asia, from Palestine, representing West Asia, Susan Shalabi. And from Bangladesh, representing South Asia, Ms. Mahfusa Akhter. There are no opposing candidatures, and they can be elected by acclamation to your decision. The Electoral Committee, through the chair, now declare that Ms. Moyadod has been elected by acclamation as female EXCO member to serve for a term of 4 years. Representing East Asia, Ms. Han Gyong is formally declared to have been elected for the position of AFC female EXCO member for a term of 4 years. And from Central Asia, Ms. Zora Mary is officially declared as having been elected as AFC female EXCO member from Central Asia for a term of 4 years. And lastly, but not the last, Ms. Susan Shalabi has been elected for a term of 4 years as AFC female EXCO member from and representing West Asia. Okay. We have one more, I'm sorry. We have from South Asia, Ms. Mahfusa Akhter from Bangladesh. She has been elected as female EXCO member for 4 years. We shall now proceed with the election of 11 positions or seats as regular AFC Executive Committee members. Before we proceed with the election, we shall summarize what so far have been, what positions have been filled up by the previous elections. The Congress has elected AFC President. That's one position. 3 FIFA EXCO members. 5 AFC Vice Presidents. And 5 AFC female EXCO members. Shall wait a little longer for the computer to display the remaining positions available for each zone. To summarize, for ASEAN, we have now 3 elected representatives. Therefore, 3 posts as AFC EXCO position remain open for election. Next, please. For East Asia, by the way, is entitled to maximum of 5 representations in the AFC Exco. East Asia already has 3 representations in AFC Exco in the person of Mr. Koso Tashima, Mr. Xiang Dilong, and Ms. Han Gyong. Therefore, there are 2 positions remaining that need to be filled up. For Central Asia, they can be represented up to 3. We already have Mr. Ali Naini as Vice President and Ms. Sora Mary as Female Executive Committee member. So there is 1 position available for election. For West Asia, as you know, it is entitled to 6 representations in AFC Exco. We now have 3 officially elected representatives of West Asia to the Exco in the person of His Excellency Sheikh Ahmad Fazad Al Sabah as FIFA Executive Committee member, Mr. Saud Al Mohanadi as AFC Vice President, and Ms. Susan Shalabi. And therefore, there will be 3 remaining positions that can be filled up by election from the West Asia. And from South Asia, they are entitled to 4 seats in the AFC Exco. 2 have already been elected in the person of Vice President Praful Patel and Female Executive Committee member Ms. Mahfusa Akhter. Therefore, 2 posts remain to be open for election. To summarize, we have 3 for ASEAN, East Asia 2, Central Asia 1, South Asia 2, West Asia 3. We have now to consider the candidates that have been nominated to these positions. And we can go by zone. Please give us a little more time to show you the summary and the available position. I wish to announce that candidate Zhao Sao from Myanmar has withdrawn his candidacy to the position of AFC Exco. And candidate Ranjit Rodrigo from Sri Lanka has also withdrawn his candidacy as AFC Exco. We now have the updated candidates. East Asia, they are entitled to 2, and they have only 2 candidates unopposed. For Central Asia, they are entitled to one post. They only have 1 candidate in the person of Mr. Sardor Rahmatulaib, unopposed. For South Asia, they are entitled to 4, and 4 representation to the Exco. They already had 2. They are still entitled to 2. They only have two candidates in the person of Mr. Makdum Said Faisal Salih Hayat, Mr. Mohammed Shawid from Maldives. They are unopposed. Now, the election mechanism for these three zonal representations can be by acclamation pursuant to your earlier decision. I now ask the Congress in session to please proceed to elect by acclamation the foregoing mentioned unopposed candidates to the AFC EXCO position from East Asia, Mong Gyu Chung from Korea Republic, from Richard Kinglai from Guam, from Central Asia, Mr. Sardor Rahmatullah, Uzbekistan, and from South Asia, Mr. Makdum Faisal Salih Hayat of Pakistan and Mohammed Shawid, Maldives. I declare that they have been officially elected for a term of 4 years as AFC EXCO members from the zones. We shall now go to the ASEAN zone and West Asia. Slide, please. Earlier, I pointed out that ASEAN is still entitled to 3 representations before the AFC EXCO, and they have 4 candidates. Therefore, there will be election by secret ballot. And the four candidates are Mr. Francisco Calboa-Delay from Timor-Leste, Mr. Mariano Araneta from the Philippines, Dr. Tran from Vietnam, and Mr. Vipet Sihatchar from Laos. And from the West, I pointed out earlier that they are entitled to 3 more representations in the AFC EXCO. They have 4 candidates remaining in the person of Mr. Ahmed Eid Al-Harbi from Saudi Arabia, Mr. Hachem Sayed Ali Haidar from Lebanon, His Excellency Al-Said Khalid Hamoud Al-Busaidi from Oman, and His Excellency Mohammed Kafan Matar Saidi Al-Rumaiti from the United Arab Emirates. There will be election by secret ballot for these 2 zones. To be efficient for this election by secret ballot, we will issue 2 ballots to the voting delegate. 1 ballot, different color, to be filled up for the position for ASEAN, and another ballot to be filled up by the delegate for the position available for West Asia. I now request the General Secretary to start the calling of the member associations to vote. They will vote in each case for 3 persons or candidates, 3 for ASEAN and 3 for West Asia, following the same procedure. Mr. General Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now call upon the first country, Afghanistan, and as well as Australia, to step forward. Thank you. Bahrain and Bangladesh. Bhutan and Brunei, followed by Cambodia and China, Chinese Taipei and DPR Korea, Guam and Hong Kong, India and Indonesia, Iran and Iraq, Japan and Jordan, Korea Republic, and Kuwait. Kyrgyzstan and Laos. Lebanon and Macau. Malaysia, Maldives. Mongolia and Myanmar. Nepal, Oman. Pakistan, Palestine. Philippines and Qatar. Saudi Arabia and Singapore. Sri Lanka and Syria. Tajikistan, Thailand. Timor-Leste and Turkmenistan. United Arab Emirates and Uzbekistan. Vietnam, and Yemen.
Start the count. the ballots issued are 46, ballots cast 46. The ballot is valid. We shall now proceed to count the votes.
Gentlemen, may I request you to get seated, please? The Electoral Committee is ready now to announce the result of the voting for Asian Zone. Asian. Gentlemen, please get back seat. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. On behalf of the Chairman Committee, I would like to announce the result of the voting for the AFC Committee Asian Zone. We have 4 candidates. We need 3 to qualify to get their position in AFC position. Vivek Sihakar, 38 votes. Mariano Velera, 38 votes. And Francisco Colobadile, 36 votes. So we can congratulate the winner for their position in the AFC Executive Committee. Thank you.
We shall now proceed to count the ballots for West Asia. for the election of AFC Exco position for West Asia. 46 ballots were issued, 46 votes were cast. The votes are there. On behalf of the Electoral Committee, I hereby declare the following as having been officially elected to serve as AFC Exco member from ASEAN for a period of 4 years. Hakim Said Al-Haidar, Ahmed Eid Ashalbarbi, and His Excellency Muhammad Khalfa Matar Said Al-Rumaiti. That should conclude the election in the 26th AFC Congress. But before I turn over the floor to the General Secretary, I just would like, on behalf of the members of the Electoral Committee, to thank all the candidates, those who have won and those who have lost, for their excellent cooperation in the election process. I also would like to thank all the delegates to this Congress for having cooperated with the Electoral Committee in an excellent manner. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good luck to all of us. Mr. General Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished delegates, can we have your attention, please? Can we all be seated for the closing? Before we move to item 21, we would like to call upon the newly elected Executive Committee members right on top to the stage and take their position. Distinguished delegates and guests, we now move on to item 21 of the agenda, which is the last agenda, the President's closing remarks. It's my pleasure now to call upon the AFC President and FIFA Vice President to close the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Datu. Dear friends, congratulations to all members elected to the position of the FIFA and the AFC executive committees. Thank you also to the outgoing members for your contribution. Thank you once again for your faith in me. If you allow me, I would like to recall the themes of this Congress. First, unity, the unity that we are building in Asian football. Let us stick together. Together we're strong. I have initiated regular meetings of members' associations and regular circular letters, updated members' associations of the AFC activities. We move forward together through dialogue, not conflict. We are closer than ever. We may not always agree. After all, we are 47 members in a very diverse continent. But like football, we are a team with many players. Together, we can be strong. Secondly, solidarity. But how we turn the word solidarity into practice. Solidarity in practice means that the AFC Champions League is now, as of this year, open to clubs from 24 member associations, not just the elite 10 or 11. Solidarity in practice means that the FIFA World Cup qualifiers and the AFC Asian Cup qualifiers are now more inclusive than ever. The team formerly at the bottom of the FIFA World Ranking, Bhutan, had worked hard and made it through, and now is playing with likes of China. They are now included, not excluded. Solidarity means that now 24 teams instead of 16 will be able to compete in the AFC Asian Cup finals in the UAE in 2015. 8 new associations can now experience the final tournament and the development boost that goes with it. Solidarity in practice means that the AFC Financial Assistance Program, the AFAB, will now be more flexible, allowing more associations to benefit directly. Solidarity is the fact that we are all in this together. Large or small, rich or poor, we are a team. Thirdly, looking back, we have achieved a huge amount together in the last 2 years, in competitions, in development, in governance, in many areas. But we cannot be complacent. We need to consolidate and do more. Finally, looking forward. I look forward to working with the new executive committee and all the other member associations to help Asian football reach its potential both here and on the world stage. Together, we will do it with unity, with solidarity. In the end, I would like to thank our friends in FIFA and our sister confederations for taking time to attend this important Asian football event. Also, a very special thanks to our friend, the FIFA President, Joseph Blatter, for his tireless efforts for supporting Asian football over the past many years. Dear President, please rest assured that the Asian football family stands firmly behind you as an AFC member association decided unanimously in Sao Paulo last year. And we look forward to working together with you in the future. Thank you all and have a good evening. With that, I conclude the 26th Ordinary AFC Congress. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you.
Member Association delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 26th AFC Congress 2015 is now concluded. You are invited to join us for the luncheon prepared for you in the exhibition hall below. Thank you.